Oh, goodness. Attention shoppers, thank you for coming by. This is Joshua Kujou signing in. It has been a while, but here I am once again. Can you hear me, by the way? I don't know if my mic is actually working. Let's see. First things first. Put that BGM on. There you go. Hello everyone. I am back after a month hiatus because of my internet. I have returned once again. And let's see, we already have some people here. That's wonderful. Let's see, Vera, welcome to the stream. Yen, Tutor Virtual Yen, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming by. Crowan, yes, Crowan as well. Thank you for coming by. Thank you. Let's see. Whoops. Ah, there you go. Now I can see that. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Tadaima, as you would say. As you can see, I'm not used to this again. But you know, during my break, I had a lot of time to rest, so I think I'm good on that. And now I am ready to come back. I hope I'm ready to come back. I mean, I'm definitely ready to come back. The problem is my internet. If my internet can keep up, then I am good to go. Then I will be, I'll really be back. But in any case, today we will be playing The Great Ace Attorney. I love the Ace Attorney games, and the new, well, not necessarily new. It was on the 3DS, but it has been ported to the Switch, and it just came out, and I am excited to play that. Yeah. It's also been a month since I played Ace Attorney, because I think that was one of the last streams I did before I went on break. So that'll be a fun experience. This whole thing will be a fun experience, hopefully. So, let's see. Is there anything else I need to say? Not that much. So, without further ado, why don't we get right into the gaming? Let me turn off my BGM. Move OBS all the way over here. Change my display and... boom. Nice. I've already had it booted up. There you go. Oh wait, I gotta put in another earbud so I can actually hear the game. There you go. Can you hear the game okay? It's not too loud, is it? New game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh. There it is, the first murder.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh, that is me. I guess I murdered someone. Episode 1. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue. I don't know how to say that. What a way to kick off a chapter. Yeah. It's all, yeah, always starts with the murder. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants, Antechamber number 5. still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. Oh yeah, if you've never seen one of my Ace Attorneys, I do. I provide very amateur voice acting. I do my best, although most of the time my tones are pretty monotone. But we'll see, we'll see. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo. I know, yeah, a lot of these Japanese names, the puns, I know I'm gonna miss, but I do know that Naruhodo is usually like a pun on, oh, I see, or I understand, stuff like that. But any other name, I probably won't recognize the pun at all. Hey, Best Grocery Boy is back. Kojiro, welcome to the stream. Yes, I am back, finally. And, you know, so far my internet's doing pretty well. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. Okay, is that a pun as well? Yume as in like the word for... What does Yume mean? It means famous, doesn't it? Yume. Yume. The Imperial Famous University. Really digging the art style. I've only played the first one. Oh man, Ace Attorney is a good game. It's real good. I would definitely recommend it. Although two of the games are... No, it should be... Yeah, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, I think, are on, like, phone as well as 3DS, right? I know Dual Destinies is on the phone. I don't know about Spirit of Justice. But most of the games you'll be able to play... Oh, the first 3 games are on Switch. Apollo Justice. I don't know if that's on the phone as well. It might be. I'd check it out. Glad to see you again. Yes, glad to be back. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough. Oh. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Whoa, that guy's bandana is flowing. But who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. You love the Apollo Justice games a lot, but the art in here is so good. Yeah, I'm digging it so far. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. No one has the right to treat him as a... So you will hold your tongue. Tisk. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. Yo, what is making that thing flow? And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer... it's been a while since I've read anything out loud. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. He has the RPG effect, yes. He's giving me, for some reason, he's giving me, like, Rengoku vibes from what's it called? Demon Slayer. Right, Ryunosuke. That bandana is indeed flowing. There must be fans in the room. No, it's just his, it's cool guy aura. His cool guy aura is, blowing a breeze that's making his bandana flow. Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma. Oh, his name's Kazuma, okay. I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I can never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. You gotta get going, you'll be lurking? Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And you, whatever you're going to do, I hope it goes well. You're gonna try and come back in a bit? Yeah. I should be. I kinda wanna stream for a long time today. I wanna see how long I can go. Or however long this case is gonna be. Don't forget to stretch and hydrate. Of course, of course. I love hydrating. Did he just read my mind? Is that what happened? Yeah! He read my mind. His cool guy aura can do that. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yeah, that's when this all started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yeah. That's the wind that's making his bandana keep flowing. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. You're gonna have to lurk a little bit while you're at work? I'm excited to see you play this. Oh, no, thank you. Yeah. Go ahead and lurk away. Whatever you're doing is probably... it's gonna be more important than me. Don't worry about that. You go do what you need to do. Let's see. Oh, where was I? See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Don't forget to eat your Japanese burger. Eats, welcome to the stream. Ah yes, my Japanese burgers that are definitely not sushi. It was straight after that. That's what happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Ah, big man. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chamber. To His Excellency's chamber? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be more confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at a university before. I see. I'll go at once. Oh, hello. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. Wait, 1 second. There you go. If I may. Wait, what voice did I just give him? I already forgot what voice I gave him. Yeah, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yeah, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I am a professor of Mikotoba. Eugene Mikotoba. Okay. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. It's awkward having to say Japanese names. I don't do that very often. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Hmm? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Hmm? He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. Oh snap, high stakes. Yep, high stakes. It's all or nothing. Either I go to jail or I go free. Either he goes to Great Britain or that chance is revoked forever. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Oh, peculiarities, you say? Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Hmm? But, then what should I do? Oh, what's but? Catch me in the courtroom loudly eating my lunch from the gallery. Yeah, it's gonna be, let's see, what's a loud thing to? Either pasta or say if you have tempura. Some crunchy shrimp, and you just hear that. Objection! Or oh, sorry for the sorry if that doesn't feel good on your ears, what I just did there. Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. High stakes make me hungry. Oh yeah. You gotta season your high stakes. Some salt, some pepper, grill that stuff. Really, all I season my steaks with are just salt and pepper. That's all I really do. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. Good. I now pronounce you man and wife. Oh no, I got married to someone. I do? But, what will be the question? What will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. I don't know why, but every time I see a bailiff, I think of that one guy from the Amanda Show. Oh, dang, that's a throwback. The Amanda Show. I don't really remember anything from that. All I remember is Drake and Josh appearing, fighting over shrimp or something. But other than that, not much. But I haven't even thought of that show in a long time. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. 22nd November, 9 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom number 2. Oh look, it's still blowing. So this is a courtroom. He looks real nervous. Of course he would be. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Oh my god, the way his eyes are moving, yeah, they're darting. They're, ooh. I would too. If I was in his position, I'd be nervous AF. That courtroom looks pretty, yeah it does. I really like the look of this game. So far. I've only seen the first trial. So far. Secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Hey! Hey! You got the judge and one of the Pains. Although, they're probably not Pain. They're probably not called Pain in this game. The court... Oh god, I haven't done this one in a while. Give me a second. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. My boy Joshua Kujou. Vanita. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming, Pain's new name is so good. Is there a pun to it? I wouldn't know. I'm not that good at Japanese, unfortunately. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday's evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Pain's new name... say it out loud and think of its English name. I'll have to read his name again. 1 second. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Oh, I'm going to defend myself. Yeah, I could do that. Phoenix has done it. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer, I do. I feel like I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for... Oh, defense. Yes! Raising his hands like a you're in class. Or maybe that's a courtroom thing, I wouldn't know. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Yunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Oh. What are you playing at, Yunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. Wait a minute, Vera, weren't you at work? I just realized you're back. Welcome back, by the way. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? Get me off? No, please don't get me off. Kidding. No, it's not that, really. It's just that it's on another monitor, so I'm being sneaky and half-looking. Ooh, fancy, fancy, fancy. I appreciate it, though. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Tisk. I could just... There you go. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Ouch. Ouchie, ouchie, ouch. Oh! I get it. Ouchie. Pain. I get it. Vera, if you get in trouble with work, I'm cooking you. No, please don't cook her. Please don't. See, ouchie, ouchie. Yes. I think one of my, let's see. I am going to look at this. You've been spotted? Oh no! I think my OBS chat is a little bit slower than the chat you see on the screen. Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Being cooked sounds like an ouchie situation to me. I would assume. All right. Okay. Good. All right. Wait, what did he say? Oh, he just says, well, well. What voice did I give Pain in the other one? I think it was just a, well, kind of like that. This kind of voice. Josh cannot relate. He's off my cook list. I am scot-free. I am spared, unlike all you other VTubers who are gonna be cooked by eats. I am off the hook. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yeah, exactly! I get the special recipe. I'm getting cooked anyway? Special recipe treatment? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. That face. In fact, my mind's a complete blank, yes. Like ancestor, like descendant. I realize you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered. Oh hey, his bandana's not flowing. That's weird. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are presented of all present. Do I make myself clear, defended Naruhodo? Yes, I Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the most simple of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Just kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. Kazuma, what does R mean? What do you mean R? If you ever find yourself, you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Kazuma, I don't know what you mean when you say R. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. And I just imagine he says the word R. R! Ah yes, my collar pin, is this my version of the badge? Can I present this to everyone? Proof that I am a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. University collar pin. Shout R out loud to summon the court records, of course. Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen the critically acclaimed, very famous, very good live action movie of Ace Attorney? Because I have. And one of the weirdest things is that whenever they're presenting evidence, it comes up as a hologram that shows up whenever you bang the desk. He's in the middle of cross-examination, he just shouts R. Well, you see, what I was doing in the R! Okay. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now switching to people instead, with R. Kazuma, why do you keep saying R? You'll find details about the victim in there. When you're done, just press B to go back. Kazuma Sogi is 23. Oh, 23. Oh, no, that's the same age as Phoenix was in the first game, I'm pretty sure. 23. 42? Oh. Taketsuchi Ouchi. Ouchi. Eugene Mikotoba. Eugene. That's a pun as well, right? Eugene? John H. Wilson. Now I know that in the original in the Japanese release of the game, this is actually John Watson, right? As in Sherlock Holmes. John Watson. Of course they can't say it. Apparently they can't say it. Apparently not. Because they changed the name to Sherlock to Sherlock Holmes. And I guess John H. Wilson. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from British Empire. Okay. So that's his name. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Sherlock Holmes, yes. No, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press X to present. X? What do you mean X? I'm kidding.
Yes!
Yes! Doesn't strike as well as objection. Yes! I guess I could do the Captain Falcon. Yes! The victim's name. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Copyright strikes again, yes. I didn't know the name was... Has it been 100 years since, It's not public domain, I guess. How do you say that? Haha. Well, at least you could remember the name of an esteemed member at your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. They keep making new material so the copyright renews, I think. Oh, is that how it works? Are you talking about like actual Sherlock Holmes books, or are you talking about like how there's the BBC Sherlock, like that, those kinds of shows and the movies? Because if I yeah, if a property, if an IP goes past 100 years, does it become, I think it becomes public property or something like that, but I don't know. I actually don't know about any of those kinds of laws. The movies and that kind of thing, I think that's how Disney gets around it. Okay. Interesting. And that explains why there's Sherlock Holmes now. It's at present our country's most valuable foreign... Oh wait, I already said that. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Ooh, that's a cool animation. For a pain, for an ouchie. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame from this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Eyeball. Partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Oh, there he is. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Doom. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. My pin! My pin is the right evidence to show that cause of death. Alright. Post-mortem report. Let's read this. Victim John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death 19th of November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, a single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. To the chest. Okay. Got shot in the chest and he died. From loss of blood, I would assume.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? It's actually out of date. I updated it today. Oh no, Edgeworth. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. You updated the autopsy report. Not again! Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Oh. Oh, interesting. He's not shot in the heart. You would think he'd get shot in the heart. Other side though. Okay. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Okay, the gun fired close range, muzzle flash burns the thing. Okay. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Let's look at it. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Let's look at it. Okay. Ooh, magnifying glass. Alright. Steak. Oh man, it looks full. Did he not have a good amount of steak before he died? That's sad. He didn't even get to have his last meal. Alright. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh, fancy. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Ooh, fancy looking dude. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I don't recognize any pun there. Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh! Bro, you bleeding. Bro, there's blood on your face. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, tuberculosis? I don't know. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital of the southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and therefore, there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Cough, cough. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. That'd just make me sweat more. Yeah, I bet.
Objection!
Oh wow, that's his voice. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. Can I do that voice? The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what we saw, you amateur. Oh, that's oh, huh. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, you must just quietly listen to the witness. My reading has gone down over the month. Ugh. If I may concur one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Ace Attorney out here is trying to stretch Josh's vocal cords. Actually, you know, the one of the reasons why I played Ace Attorney on stream, I was playing the original trilogy, is because I wanted to practice my ability to speak out loud. And it's a good practice because, you know, there's a lot of talking. There's a lot of talking in here. So it's good vocal practice for me. Okay. He's coughing up sauce. Barbecue sauce? Ketchup? It's got a lot of ketchup in this thing then. Yeah. Oh, whoops. I just skipped over his dialogue. What did he say? Yes, without question. Okay. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? I'm just trying to match the voice that I heard with objection, and I have no idea how it's coming out. Okay. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and that university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. Oh. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. There's a murderer. I bet that's the murderer. Murderer. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still. What should I do? Let's interject. Why not?
Yes!
Yes. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Objection! Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard of court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Oh, suspicious. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Cough, cough. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Doesn't really tell me anything. Let me see. Ah, sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Oh. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. That makes sense. I think your voice is pleasant and a good fit for streaming. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. It looks like Crowan, it seems like you're viewing things a bit later than... Like way more later than it should be. Maybe you might need to refresh your page. Let it catch up or something like that. I noticed that you were commenting on stuff like way like before. I was wondering if it might have lagged behind the stream. Okay. Of course, here you are. Okay. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh, no, you can't do that. You gotta wear a mask. Someone take this guy away. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the courtroom. Okay. Let me see it. So, the courtroom has now heard a precis of this case. A precis. I don't think I've ever heard that word before. Let's look at the card. Okay. Doesn't tell me much. It just has the layout and the place where the body is, assuming. But no other real information. I don't know what that says. This says Iriguchi, I think. Which means entrance. If I'm right. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. Can I see the back? Let me see the back. No. Okay. Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. Whack. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Are you refreshed? Is it like a... Is the time between what I'm saying and reading your comment, has that shortened? Like, drastically? Actually, I wouldn't be able to tell. But hopefully it's caught up. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. Significantly? Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Witnesses? More than one. Okay. Then we'll see just how divisive... keep on saying divisive. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi. Please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. I can be your angel or your devil. That's what he just said. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. No. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh, 2 witnesses at once. Interesting, interesting. I think the first time I did something like this was the, was it the... I want to say... the Professor Layton... yeah. The Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright collab. Like they're VTubers, they collab. But I'm pretty sure in that game there was also trials where you were cross-examining more than one person. Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court. Oh, military man. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial... I'm giving him a stereotypical American soldier. Nippon Imperial Army. Sergeant Yasunosa reporting for duty, sir. Yasunosa, whoa. That's quite the name. Yes, no, huh? Yasunosa. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio correcta, at your service. Curio correcta, correcta. Oh, it's supposed to be curious collector. Curious collect? Really? Is that supposed to be it? Curio correcta. They're having fun with katakana, I assume. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. On the day in question? It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually make tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios. Oh, curios. Okay, that's probably where his name comes from. Curios. With which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Let me just adjust my position real quick. Now, you both witnessed the precise moments of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniform rogue infantry. Oh, huh? I just heard something. It was that black uniform rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's an impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during. Okay, I wasn't the only one that heard it. Okay. I was like, what the hell was that? So this I almost said divisive again. So this decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Bang bang. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by. Oh, there's that noise again. Stand by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Oh. Well, he's shaking. What the witnesses saw. Okay, this is testimony time. Okay. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly weasel. Oh. From the back? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my curiously abscond precious curio. From the back, he said. He said from the back. Okay. Yep. Shot from the front. Pectoral ballistic. Yeah. Close range. That's a lie right there. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir, the cruel and unforgivable— oh, what the hell, that guy has a knife. Enemy. What times we live in where an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous, I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true to you, Nosuke? Well, all I did was pick up a gun that was lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Wow, it is getting hot in my room real quick. Just gonna turn the fan more towards me real quick. I hope it's not picking it up. And if it is, I hope it's not too distracting. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Okay. 2 guns. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on that scene somewhere. And somewhere in these 2 witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. To Apollo justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes. I have a question, teacher. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Doom. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? Because he's been talking for me the whole time. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can you possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp! Kazuma's so commanding. He's so cool. I wish I was him. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that soldier said has... you didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yeah, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. You gotta bang the desk harder than that, man. You gotta do that. That was like a... That sounded like a hand going on your arm or something. Like that. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. Okay. Now it's ingesting a regulation. I already noticed something peculiar. A firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my very own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back. So that contradicts with this. It was from the front. Objection! Yes. Oh, yes! He doesn't say objection? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this it shouldn't be insubordination. Thrust in some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Tisk. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. So frustrating. Bang. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. You have to head out for a work appointment and have dinner, but I enjoyed my time. Good job so far, Josh. Have fun. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming along. Thank you, thank you. You have yourself a good work appointment and dinner. Wait, are you like applying for a job appointment or whatever you're doing? I hope it goes well, and make sure to have a delicious dinner. See ya. What? Sergeant Yasanosa. Appointment with a clientele. Ooh, interesting. Well, I hope that goes well for you. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this: the black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, you cowardly weasel. Cowardly weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Affirmative, not affirmative. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Kazuma, say it for me. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, whatever, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh. Aw. There's a baby. Oh, What the? What's that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he just pushed it down again. Clearly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the fire... Aw, that's cute. That's cute. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Ooh, ooh. Kazuma firing shots. Kurt. Yeah. Oh, inconsistency seer awarded. I got an achievement. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that discrepancy, this whole Saiban has just been Gyakuten. Oh, am I back? Um. Oh, I'm back? Cool. Sorry about that. How's my nap? It went fine. I gotta make sure. Huh. Sorry about that. I hit something and it caused my computer to go down. Let's see. Now I can't see the game. I mean the game's not showing up. Come on, capture card. Unplugged my PC. Yeah, that's what happened. Let's see here. Remove that. Try this again. Video capture device, capture card. Come on. You're working. I mean, you're supposed to be working. Maybe it's just not capturing the. Let's see. Maybe if I turn it off, turn off the switch, and turn it back on. Come on. Your dog has occasionally pressed the button on your search for. Oh, whoa! Smart dog. That is unfortunate. There you go. I promised scuff, and there's scuff. All right. Still not showing. Do this. Try again. Let's see. Move that. I wonder why it's not showing up now. Video capture card, capture card. Come on. Just give me one moment. There you go. I got it. See, where was it at before? It was over. I want to say it was over here. Just on top of that. Alright. I've ruined the momentum. Okay. And we're back. Let me just tweet that out. Alright, we are good to go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. You said the name. Okay, roll credits, we're done here. It was a good stream, thank you everyone for coming. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes! But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Good show, yeah. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested in me not. I was far too busy on the floor. What were you doing on the floor? Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Oh, indeed. The Hoe Era Koban. Koban. My prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop Rasute. The Rasute from which I work. I am correcta. Curio correcta. Please come to my shop. This court was sponsored by Rasute. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoe treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare trade. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhaps it had fallen there, and then it happened. Bang, bang, bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my abscond Hoe treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoe Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh, is he accusing him? As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your profession, Prosecutor Ouchie? I'm just saying ouchie at this point. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. Outraged Squid, thank you for coming to the stream. Hi Josh, hello, hello, hello. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. As you can see, I am playing the Great Ace Attorney, the newest Ace Attorney game that just got ported to the Switch. And I do love the Ace Attorney game, so here I am. I'm also testing my internet to see if it's going well. It seems to be going well. How long has it been since I started? At least an hour, right? Oh yeah. I started at 1 o'clock. It has been an hour and 30 minutes. Almost. I wonder how long this trial is gonna be, though. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Why'd I give him that accent? Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting a signal to testify, sir. Then again, I did give him an American soldier accent. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out from your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. I don't know, sir. I don't... Is that what it's supposed to be? I don't know. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Ah, that common trait of a child having snot just running from his nose. Kind of like Wind Waker. Look at him just hanging out on his back. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise. Whoa. What happened? Nom 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 nom. Warm up my mouth. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Beautiful. Thank you. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Oh, cute. These toast. Yes. Oh, I didn't get to say it. Wait, that's nonsense. What do you say? These testimonies are certainly compelling. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Objection! Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Songbird, hello. Thank you for coming to the stream. Yes, I am back. I am back doing what I do best, bumbling around. Oh, I just realized my glasses are gone. Oh well, that's fine. Oh. What'd he say? I didn't read that one. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Okay. Is this a photo? Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly. Based on the appearance of this print, I am accidentally mixing the judge's voice with the sergeant's voice. I gotta be careful. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. Let me look at that real quick. Anything I could see? Nothing. Nothing that catches my eye. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we are able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness's testimony we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. You love my voice acting? Oh, well, thank you. I do my best, even though it's all amateurish. I've never voice acted a day in my life, but I'm trying my best. I'm trying to make sure my voice isn't just monotone, which it usually is. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand taller, Yunosuke. It's not over yet. Hi.
Thank you for shopping in your local grocery store.
Oh. I was unexpecting that. Outraged Squid, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Oh, you didn't get to see... Were you able to see the, You see a little, GIF at the bottom of the screen? Exoverse, thank you for coming. Thank you. You're doing your best. Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming to the stream. This is the first time I'm hearing that. But, for that... Let me see something real quick. Let me just check. Streamlabs, Stream Elements. I'm going to do a test. Oh, that's why. I know why. It's because capture card is all the way over here. There you go. And if I do that again...
Thank you for shopping
that's
in your
what you
local
see.
Grocery store.
This asset was made by Serene the Archangel at on Twitter. As you can see, it's a Maple Story style version of me, which is pretty cool. Thank you, Serene, even though you're probably not here. Alright. If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Give me that sword and we'll talk. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Yeah, Mini Josh. The true culprit. Don't shake that baby's head. Okay. I didn't see any conflicting evidence from off the bat, so I'm gonna have to press on everything. My tried and true method of pressing every statement. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of that firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in his most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Correcta-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreman, he was that young lad in black that I did see. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and then picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. I don't think you should have that in court. Then again, Kazuma does have a straight-up katana. Whereas conversely, then again, you're next to a baby. Please don't wave that knife around. Yep. Shifting position. I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand standing over the foreigner. Oh, whoops. Let me just press on that.
Yes!
Yes. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
Objection! As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. And no, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly. Oh well. Certainly. Nope. Certainly. Oh, Soshi! Hello, hello, thank you for coming. Hi! Thank you for coming along. I am playing The Great Ace Attorney, Gyakuten Saiban, that recently came out. And I'm testing my internet to see if I could stream, which it looks like I am. Looks like I'm back. Which is funny because I was thinking of doing a re-debut. But, oh, maybe I could still do it. How have I been? How am I? I'm doing well. Still don't have a job at the moment, so I guess that's more time for me to stream. But how are you? How are you doing? You are moving, I believe? Is that going well? Let's see. I wonder... I'm slipping into that sergeant's voice. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. Well, Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Yes, it's going well. Thank you for asking. I wish you luck in finding a job. Thank you. I need it, because I did just apply to another position. Hopefully I get that. It's the same place I externed at. Hopefully they'll take me back. Hauta Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. You got this, man. Oh, Grit! Grit, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming along. Welcome to the store. I should say that. Welcome to the store. Say that to everyone who comes by. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? I will ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
You look forward to catch another one of yours? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. I wasn't sure if I would be able to stream today, but I did my best to make sure I could. And here I am. And hopefully I'll keep coming back. I'll keep being able to stream. Because it was terrifyingly, not boring per se, but, you know, I felt bad not being able to stream back then. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Objection! Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. I know that feeling. I will see how much I will be able to stream, but I am in. Oh, you are gonna go to the Korea. That's interesting. Ooh. Well, I hope things go well over there. Is it for like work, or are you like on vacation there? Or are you moving there? Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. What the hell? Officer. Officer. Well, I gotta get into this. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Victim's report card has been entered into the court record. And let us look at that. What we need right now is new clues. So let's look. Let's look. I can't look at it? What the hell? You have to work for 6 weeks there, plus 2. Oh yeah, because you have to quarantine when you get there. Oh, interesting. Yeah, good luck over there. Do you do you know any like Korean or anything? Are you able to navigate? Would you be able to navigate your way around the place? Hopefully. Oh man, like going to a completely different country, not knowing like any of the anything at all. That would be so scary. You had today off, so I helped my mom's friend build a fence. Ooh, build a fence. That's nice. We just did you just build a fence, or did you also like paint it? You're super tired, I would assume so. You have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Day after the festival already. Is that a actual saying? You have no idea? I wish I could go to Japan, at least I would be able to speak it a bit. Yeah, I would love to go to Japan. But the way things are right now, it's gonna be impossible for me. But yes. I wish you luck over in Korea. Yes, stay safe. Stay safe. Eat some good food while you're there. For me. And then tell me how it tastes. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekta-san. Indeed, alone he was, Englishman, dining all by himself. Yes. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. He stopped. He hesitated. Or did he hesitate? He just built it. I think he wants to stay in the fence. Okay, okay. I would assume that. That sounds like hard work. I've never built a fence myself. And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. Thanks, guys. I will see how it turns out. 2 weeks locked up in a hotel room is gonna cost me a lot of willpower. Are you gonna, like, do you have your, like, a laptop with you? Because if you said you're gonna try to stream as well, I would assume you have, like, a computer or a laptop. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. I'll take my setup with me, at least apart. I mean, I have a spare mic in the back, which I make YouTube videos, and a laptop. But yeah, you'll see how much you can run on there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Exciting. Are you gonna show us a vlog of you going through Korea? Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. I could do it like the ones made when I was in Japan before VTubing. Ooh. I like vlog, like tour vlog, people going on vacations. I watch those every now and then. Especially if they're there to eat food. Like all those people who travel around the world to eat food. I love watching those videos. There's nothing I can say to that. Chush, ha, how do you say that? Cha 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 ha ha ha. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Makes you feel like you want to go there in this instant. Yeah. I want to go to Osaka so badly just to eat all the food there. Maybe Hokkaido as well. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece. Kazuma, you keep telling me to press buttons, but I don't know what you mean. What does R mean? What does A mean? Use R up, R left, R down, R right. Use the right control stick. What's a control stick, Kazuma? To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Dotonbori is the place for you then? Ooh. Any food, any place that sells food, that's my home right there. By using the left stick. Yep, I get it. I get it, Kazuma. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. Perform the Shoryuken to examine the medical report. Yeah. Right. See if you can pick up my controller. Shoryuken! See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. All you do on a vacay is eat? Hey! Vacay is vacay. If eating is what you do, that's the best thing ever. It's what I would do anyway. It's the biggest street food place where you can try literally everything. Ooh. I'm getting hungry now. I already ate something, but it wasn't that much. I'm getting kind of hungry, but I want to keep streaming. As well, I want to keep streaming. I need to use this so-called control stick and the so-called A button to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Medical report card required for every visit. Pulsate. Name Dr. John Wilson, Hata Clinic. Songbird knows how life is supposed to be. That is how life is supposed to be. I love eating. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. What a coincidence, I also had an injection in my right arm. Actually, it was my left. Brr. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Make sure you eat later then if you're hungry now. Yes, I will. I will. I have some food in the fridge. Some leftovers. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Turn the paper around. What's this? It looks like this medical... I keep saying medicinal. It looks like this medical report card what? Ah! English! English! It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. There you go. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Alright, you gotta go. Have a nice rest of your stream. Josh, smell you later. Yeah, smell you later, bro. See you around. Thank you for coming. You have yourself a good rest of your day. Because I'm pretty sure it's like evening at your time, right? Or like past midnight, maybe? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you some painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. What? Healthy curiosity awarded. Got another achievement. Open. You have to be up in 5 hours or so, yeah, after midnight. Ooh. Yeah, go to sleep, or it sounds like you need to go to sleep. Have a good rest of your night. Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. I've never had laughing gas. Laughing glass. Laughing gas. Not laughing glass. Laughing gas. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. What year is it right now for them? Did it say? I may have missed it. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects are passed. Oh. Oh. Okay. So he couldn't eat. Couldn't eat, and he could only drink water. Why was there a steak there then, if he couldn't eat? Yeah, that should prove that there was someone else with him. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and had been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to that testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Ooh, I want to see if I could check any other thing. I could check my badge now. Oh, this one. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yeah, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, yeah. Study harder, Ryunosuke. How do you read that? What was the word for kitchen again? Was it... I want to say it was... Daidokoro. Daidokoro? Something like that. It's been... how long since I was in Japanese class? Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated. On the front, it stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector, not a waiter. So he's posing as a waiter, that's weird. Okay. Let's see, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young man in black. We got that new information about his tooth, and he couldn't eat. Indeed, alone he was himself, dining all by himself. Probably this one. Objection.
Yes.
Or yes. Can I go to the bathroom, sir? Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposely, you knew exactly what you wanted to say. Did you say purposely or purposefully? Purposefully. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Correcta-san. This is a medical report belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Come on, you gotta set your hands down harder than that. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Objection! Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur's drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, I'm getting tongue-tied. Remember Ryunosuke. If you don't have to use clever language or fancy words, just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced people who could have— Oh, there you go. You did it right. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. What do you say? There is no one else besides this pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Who decided that? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hora Clinic, which issued the report, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours, post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Correcta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Yarg! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Objection! Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that tables in this restaurant case have turned. Senor Pork, thank you for coming. Objection! Exactly. Yo! Thank you for coming along. I am playing the Great Ace Attorney as my comeback stream. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yeah, most definitely. So just having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? Bang. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the unyet known third party, the woman. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
Objection! You will not let this thing go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
Yes! There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Is it perjury or perjury? I never did learn how to say that word. I've been meaning to. Perjury. And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? Going to lurk because spoilers, Josh? But welcome back. Thank you. And you have yourself a good lurk. Yes, no spoilers. If you're planning to play this game and you haven't gotten this far, yes. No! Oh, look at that baby. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just as you never saw the gentlewoman, that's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, what did you just say, Correcta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad, I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. Oh, the waiter who's posing as... No, the officer, the inspector who's posing as a waiter. Hosonaga, yeah. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How could we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? I just realized my head was turned like that. Let me fix my posture real quick. Unshrimp myself. We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes into my head. Hosonaga. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Hosonaga.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Objection. Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. I really rolled my tongue for that one, huh? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's real identity, as proven by this evidence. Waiter's business card.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant, sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san's sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as the regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it. Oops, a new person? Oh, it's Hosonaga. Nice. Inspector Hosonaga. What voice did I give him? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. I'm losing the judge's voice. Of course, here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusual careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter, as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Foiled by turning a piece of paper over, yep. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. Undercover. Yes, there may have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter. Working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. What voice can I give the judge that I'll remember better? Or at least that my throat can, my vocal cords can keep doing. If I remember, I was just doing, Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed the truth, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I could see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jazai Brett. Is that a pun? I don't think it's a pun. Jazai Brett. Jazai Brett. Jazale Brett? Jazai Brett. I don't see a pun in that one. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in her testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. Objection! But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraph report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Good man. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jazai Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it wouldn't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Man of justice. Interesting. Court will now adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jazai Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. I wish to play on the seesaw for recess. And mayhaps someone may push me on the swing. To be continued. To be continued? Huh. This is gonna be a long case, isn't it? Let's see, how much time? Oh god. It's been 2.5 hours. Let's keep going. It's gonna be the longest stream I've done, I think, next to the Doom Eternal finale. Intermission, yes, intermission. Supreme Court of Judiciary, Defendant's Antechamber number 5. Okay. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ah, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. And your hair was luscious. And your eyes a beautiful shade of whatever your eyes are. I was entranced. It was a grim sight. But before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I ever get through this, I don't ever want to see you inside of a courtroom again. Rengoku Kyojiro. This guy is Rengoku to me. Anyway, it seems we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Josiah Bread, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've always been saying all along. Oops. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom. Oh wait, I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I could see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectation. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems he planned this from the start. He arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that is your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really. What for?
Well, if you hadn't said that you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You could treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Gonna drink some water real quick. Stay hydrated. My vocal cords aren't used to talking this long.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry.
With the government scrutinized, that's their job. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's printed on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this what the Supreme Court of Japan? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power,
we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh, my heart has been touched. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh, okay. Shuba Shuba. Well, what a delight it is, oh God, to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. Oh, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. Right, of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true— Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. They're all simping for this woman. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? And your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Naruhodo, you failed to tell me that this woman was hot. Oh. I cannot read that. Blah 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 blah. Ego pera 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 pera. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. The lady says her name is Josiah Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Can they understand her? How come we can't understand her then? The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Pera pera. Pera pera. Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. She says yes. This court could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. The Japanese that I am currently speaking. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. And you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh dang, is she thick though? I'm kidding. That's not me. That's not me. Order. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Stretch a bit. Better. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. She only has two outfits, you see. As you could see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I don't think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. I will cook that goose, that is her hat. Ooh, she mocking us. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Cross-examination time. Right.
Yes.
May as well press on everything. After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really a quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, don't do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? No. What? She says no. She said no in Japanese. I should say, yeah. The decisive English no has quite the sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hata Clinic, remember? Correct? Remember, correct. That's right. You're supposed to act naturally, to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The prints you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Excuse me. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke? About the witness's last testimony? Uh-huh. There's only one glass. So, is that a lie? Very meaningful. Say that. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? He's blanking. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you said, what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she says. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I will tattoo it into my arm. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience other than that, Ryunosuke. Okay, I ordered a beef steak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water, and the lie is that there's only one glass.
Yes!
Yes, okay. Music stopped, which means I was right. I like that face. It's like, That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print, or, as I will call it now, a picture, because photographic print takes quite a while to say. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not one. Not one. Oh. You're quite right, counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over, minutia? Minutia? Minutia. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Objection! Minutia, you say? I think that's minutia. Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Blup, 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 blup. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying. Everything that happened. I panicked and thought I tried to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. That freaking, what's it called? That opera mask thing. Sorry, or rather, gomen ne? There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, no, no. This can't be put down to this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass had absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's, the handbag? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try and keep up. It's already explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that one too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been other firearms at the scene. Another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Josiah Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Professor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? You good, bro? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This picture. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never.
You could see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are a height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you could see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Wow! Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Now I saw something that's weird. That. What's that? Is that a birthmark? Is that going to be relevant to the case? I wonder. And what's the use of a see-through handbag? Or at least a mesh handbag like that?
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photograph print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? Of Gyakutening this Saiban? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Boom.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find... Okay.
Yes.
Wait, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted earlier earlier appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case at the time would be out of the question.
Objection!
Yes. Yes? This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print, this picture as you have coined the phrase now. Ryusuke Naruhodo. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryusuke. Ryusuke? Whoa. Where the hell did that name come from? Ryunosuke. Ryusuke. Like saying Yusuke, Ryu, Ryuji. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Is it that birthmark looking thing? Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the picture Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. This thing.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. A burn, huh? A burn. Okay, oh, okay, I see. So this is a hot plate. One of those things that, you know, like still cooks, I guess, cooks the meat when they bring it to you. And it's sizzling when they hand it to you. And I see this. Which looks to be the same, okay, so it's not a birthmark, it's a burn mark. He burned himself on this plate? But what does that have to do with anything, I wonder? It's almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Objection! Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also notified it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did it tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at... wait, that's the judge. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Blup, 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 blup. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I'm going to present that photo then. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. This thing...
Yes!
Photo. Hey, the music stopped. What's this, Council? Another picture? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe pictures are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. I will now say forevermore many times. What? How?
Objection!
Objection! You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burns? This thing... Take that.
Yes!
Yes. The beef steak. Oh, I could go for some beef steak. Actually, I think, yeah, that other food in my fridge is actually meatloaf. Oh, I can't wait to eat that. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Excellency, are you alright? As you could see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Things are getting spicy. Objection. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Objection! Sadly, Professor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter. That's a good point. He would have yelled out if he was screaming. Which means he would have had it like after he died, I guess. Interesting. Got that burn after he died. But that doesn't make sense because he was shot in the chest. And his chair was turned over. Yeah, so it wouldn't make sense that he got that right after he... Like right after... Oh! Ooh. I think I get it. Okay, so... He got that burn right after he died, or like at some point after he died. But then he was turned around and shot, which means he was already dead before he was shot. Oh, dang. But how though? Oh, wait. He would have been poisoned, huh? Oh, dang. He would have been poisoned, he died right there, and then they made it look like he was shot. Yo, that would be some real crazy shit. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Aochi? Prosecutor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Yeah, he was dead before he was ever shot. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. If he was asleep, he would wake up. If he hadn't noticed a burn, that'd be impossible, because who's gonna not notice a burn like that? And I've burned myself on a hot plate like that, like a skillet. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a hot piping plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, Are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Look at that. Satisfying slam of the desk. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie students, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. Objection! No, Prosecutor Aochi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case had been turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? This Saiban has been Gyakuten. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true as we believe now, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I am, nervous in my seat at this new television show. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brent, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... Ooh, she mad, isn't she? The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, she got something up her sleeve. What was that smile? Wait, how do you say yes, of course? Hai, mochiron. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Janakute... I don't know. I don't know how to speak Japanese well. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Oh, she knows Japanese then. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? I don't know how to say well. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, Eigo, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Dang, dissing the language. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afforded us. I see. I have had my post-nut clarity. This is not a... I cannot simp for this woman. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Jesus, it's been 3.5 hours. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Poison. At this point in time, would poison be something that you could see in a post-mortem thing? But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it? I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burns is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. How do you... I guess I could just say Amen. Or I could say Latom. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up a cross-examination now. Put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Please do excuse his nervous face. Don't pay attention to that, pay attention to his skills. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problem with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Slap. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. I have no idea. The ones that stood out to me were the wait. I've heard blah 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 blah. Don't care, don't care. This one. Another way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There will be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. Or maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you do doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. How old is this woman? 24. She's only a year older than me. Assuming Naruhodo is 23. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Aspersions? Whatever it was. Aspersions, okay. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. How about the statement previous? Okay. Press.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in this paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Hi. Luckily, all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma in the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled down even slightly, he didn't say down, if it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. Nothing there. Toast. Guess we just
Yes!
guess we are just pressing on everything again. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? I completely ignored that period. Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of that water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn it, whoa. How would you say that? Honore. I have enough English to understand that. At least. For the benefit of others in the course, it means bless you. No, it doesn't. I think it means the exact opposite. Tokoro de. Anyway. I don't know how to say anyway. Tsugi ni. I don't know. Nothing there either. What was the first one? I have no idea when the poor man burned. Okay, let's do this one. That first statement didn't seem like it had any kind of anything really. But maybe I'm wrong. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation has a different Oh! What the? You good? Oh, wait. Reacted to something. I think that was a feature in other games, right? If a character... It may have been the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover game. Something like this happened, where a character would react to another... Yeah, wait, what am I saying? Yeah, a bunch of witnesses, they all have testimonies, and a character would react to someone else's testimony, which would then provide more information. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about it as I can, you understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. And I say, I do like the look of those feet you have, miss. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see, I didn't read that last word, sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yeah, that one. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There's one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. They're telling me what to do. But you can't tell me what to do. Okay. Press!
Yes!
And let's just skip through this dialogue. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, there it is again. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guards down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with your directional pad... Directional pad? What are you talking about, Kazuma? You can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the markers across with the directional pad, and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go! Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. And so let us look towards Hosonaga. Pursue. Excuse me. Yeah! What's the meaning of this? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Is that what he said, deeply? Deeply. Looks like you were thinking of something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
Objection! What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this for example. What's the bottle? It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in that bottle, I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Good man. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Let's look at it. Look at it. Okay. What we got here? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be a very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Anything else? Top. Water. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. And don't do it. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? Yeah, poison. This water was poisoned. Most likely. What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. That's it? Okay. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Excuse me. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay, so we go back to that one statement. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without a trace. Please do show me this thing.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Ooh, he shook. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Josiah Brett, it was you!
Objection!
Objection. This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
Objection. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence forever this script. Oh. Okay. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. Do we see the face? No? Okay. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humblest apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water. Now, he said, in this country. Is it possible that it is a poison not available in Japan? Okay, find no poison there. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Coroner. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination was clarified everything. Has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. I'm surprised that gun isn't evidence. Isn't in the court record, I mean. Furthermore, the accused who by his own admission was holding this weapon is the only possible culprit. Done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Yet? I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. She's about to get away. Don't let her get away. Bum rusher. Oh. Hold it. Hey, it's her. What's her name again? Do we know her name? No, we don't. Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Susato Mikotoba. Okay. Oh, it's his daughter? She in the court record yet? She is. Judicial Assistant of Defense Lawyer Kazuma, so 16. Ace attorney. There's always gotta be the underage assistant. Maya. Who else? Sky. Whatever her name was, I forget her name. Last name Sky. Mikotoba? It's quite the hairdo. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and I am the fastest man alive. I am the Flash. In her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Furoshiki. To be continued. Wow, to be continued. Really? It's a long case. Alright. Save here. Should I keep going? Because I really want to know the end of this case. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's go. (2nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. We're back. Here, let me go get my water real quick. My other jug of water. You get to see me shrink a bit. Got it. Oh. Ignore that. I think that was a spoon that I forgot to put in the sink. Okay. Just drink out of this real quick. Much better. Alright. Back at it. Well, I understand that you are a judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. Wow. Wow, it's 2021, bro. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Hey, we have 3 people in the bench. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Josiah Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Uzai's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Let me look at it real quick. Report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett had been researching during her time at Yume University. Synopsis: Curare, it was called, a poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Okay, South America. Probably not available in Japan, so probably there was no test for it. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Wow. That's a powerful ass poison. The above route of entry, the above mentioned effects only occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Through a wound. Oh! Wound. Wilson had a tooth taken out. Yeah. Wound inside his mouth. So he drank the thing, poison, he got poisoned, he got paralyzed and died. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would likely die of suffocation. Dang. So it paralyzes the body so much that it also causes your lungs to stop working. And therefore, he died, I guess he died by suffocation rather than by the... Well, of course, we already know that he died before he was shot. But we thought he was like poisoned and the poison itself killed him, but rather he suffocated due to the poison. I guess that's just the same thing though. What am I saying? Bye, Sasato. See you later. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? This thing.
Yes!
Yes. Miss Josiah Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
Objection! What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of its highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Objection! Trumpery! These apparitions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very act that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's systems, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. Hey, I got it right. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. For the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Cuiraire poison. Everyone's stunned. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison? Objection. This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some— oh. Okay. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Objection. Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Sumimasen. Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Oh, she's about to drink it. Oh. She's gonna try and prove that it's not poisonous. But because it needs to go into a wound, it's not gonna kill her at all. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Kampai, as you say. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Yep. Everyone's stunned. Let me skip this part. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no Cuiraire. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that is the simple truth. That's the simple truth. Whatever, it sounded more impactful. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So, how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We all have the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put the Curare poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Objection! Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support this assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Back to the thing. Where is it? Yeah. Poison entered the body through a wound. Yeah.
Yes!
Yes! The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
Objection! That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the... oh, shit. Characteristics, I think it was. Yeah. We've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters would want to eat their prey, wouldn't they? Surely the hunters wouldn't want to be eating their prey, wouldn't they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel. Now that would be madness. Right, let me just message my brother real quick. There you go. Just have to tell him that I'm still streaming. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare ore enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, You authorized this research, you knew Curere's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh! Rapscallion! It's Untitled Goose Game. Or Swan, I guess. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. I'm getting hot and bothered here. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Attention!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it's possible. Oh. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curere is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Succus? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? Succus. So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Nope, he had an open wound in his mouth. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order. Order in the court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curere poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Oh, what's happening? What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. Sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Hey, he gets to say it, although you should probably put more power in your voice when saying that. Hey. I don't think so, Miss Josiah Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curere? This thing, medical report.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curere are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, okay. She's holding it. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen. Grab it. Dude, Hosonaga, grab it. You're right next to her. No! She's gonna drop it, isn't she? I mean, it could just slip. Literally anyone could have. Dude. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of that water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you'd like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady. That's right. And really, look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy. No, you killed a victim that day using pure air. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stand remained unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryusuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with this? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke! Yeah? You've come this far, but now you're the one who can finish it. You're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back now. Again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Ooh. That's some blood right there. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory is the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Yeah, there's a clue. Otherwise, I'm guilty. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. English. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is, that could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... blood. And we're assuming this is Wilson's blood, right? Wilson's blood from the shot, which would point that if we could prove that blood is his, it means that he was shot not from how am I saying this? It would prove that the angle of the shot would have been from Jizai's side rather than facing outward like he was found dead. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Basically, if he was shot while he was still facing the table, then the blood would splatter onto the plate. But if he was turned around and shot there would be no blood on the plate. Okay, Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder therefore if perchance you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Objection. Wait a minute. Where are you going with... Oh. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? No, really? And what's of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. Couldn't be. Because he was found dead facing away from the table. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at that photograph and the relative position of everything here. Look at this photograph. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood of the victim could have ended directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Jizai Brett. I beg your pardon? How would you say that? I don't know. I don't know how to say that in Japanese. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. If the court seriously expects to believe something the accused has, is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that Sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Hey, this guy's my friend. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Oh, there's still so much trial. I would assume. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. There's nothing. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. There's nothing there. The hell kind of eating is that? Do you see the way that steak is like eaten? Looks like someone was like straight up just chomping on that shit. I mean, I do that. I've eaten steak like that. Usually the steak I eat, especially when it's so soft that it just that you can just bite it with no problem, like by sous videing it. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Oh, there goes the goose again. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace of the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. Let's hope so. I don't know how to say that either. Mochiron. I don't know. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Aha, you just activated my trap card. You shouldn't have done that. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, with just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. So this guy is filling the Mia Fey role as my mentor. Somewhat. This guy is straight up gonna die, isn't he? I hope not. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Oh yeah, let's examine it. Steak. Anything in the bottom? Steak. That? What? What the? Wait, that's the coin that old guy was looking for, huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark from the Hoei area, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing here? There. Wait. Did you just say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion on bullion. What the hell? And I don't think you ever will either. Will again. This is extraordinary though, which this means... What does this mean? As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That blood staining was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yeah, we just saw a coin in there. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. Objection! The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. I mean, that's good. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I've completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Right over here. Coin boy. Huh? Wait, is this the thing? Yeah, same dialogue. Skip through that. What did you say? It was a whole Koban. It was very valuable. This isn't the first time today this been talking about whole Koban. Yep. Bullion and bullion. Coin. Oh wait, no. I think quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A koban underneath a steak. There's only one logical explanation. I have to present. Good gracious, that's a koban? What on earth? A Hoei area one at that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? This is in fact. Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Shut up! What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
Objection! I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Objection! Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this accident happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The old man? I mean, yes, the old man, but are we implicating that the old man killed Watson?
Take that!
Obviously, it could only be the antiques dealer of the owner of Rasute, Curio Correcta-san. Curio, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoei era Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Correcta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Do I have to do more cross-examination? I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. I wonder what the significance could be. Baby. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for my little boy Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Oh, there's a baby now? Yeah, that guy has a baby in his back. We found that out when we cross-examined him the first time. Or second time? Somewhere along that. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Correcta-san. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves... oh. That's... oh, dang. Ouch. Impaled in the foot. That freaking sucks. Yes, that's it, the one! The very one, that's the exact one that is. The very exact one that it is. That resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. Oh snap, yes. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable act. Thing. Not act, thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. Oh yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau.
Wicked crimes indeed.
We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. Times it. 549, wow. So unbeknownst to us, there was a massive thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korekta-san's Koban is all too clear. What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense view on the matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Korekta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake?
Let's see. John Wilson?
I don't think so.
I doubt it. Hosonaga? Maybe. I'm thinking him. Cause he wouldn't have, but then how did it get to, Wilson's blade? That's the thing. I'm gonna guess this guy.
Take that!
Take that! Oh, he finally said it. I think that's the first time he said it. Obviously, it could only be you. Oh, I was right? Sergeant Yasanosa. What? How dare you, you monster? Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido was the mastermind behind all this.
Oh, he just admitted to it? Baby thief. You've heard of baby boss. Now get ready for baby thief. You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ow. Ouch. Clippity clop, clippity clop. What the hell? He's having a breakdown. Oh. Ouch. Cute. The breakdown, here it comes. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney breakdowns.
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
The military horn sound. Ah, leave the baby on the counter. No, don't push him down.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant.
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there, do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Oh. Oh. What? Wait, remember when I said that, I noted the fact that this guy, whoever was eating the steak, it looked like they were straight up just biting into it. And these are like literal teeth marks that he was biting into, or whoever was eating this was biting into. And we know that the coin is down there. So that means this isn't Josiah Brett's steak. This is the sergeant's steak. Then it must have been mixed up at some point. Which means that the other plate of steak might have blood on it. Ooh. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even. Just worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban.
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A very veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened.
Bang.
Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too.
Let's see. Oops.
So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett?
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Oh, ouch. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it?
Well...
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. How do you say that in Japanese? Gokigenyo? No. I think that's a greeting more than anything. I love that thinking face.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You could think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Hold it! Wait, Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time.
There's something I'd like to ask you.
I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yep, so that's not her steak. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? Steak.
Take that!
Steak! The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. But take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
Objection! But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help. Yeah. Ooh, she getting nervous. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... Shut up. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstains I know I saw somehow seem to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that provides once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steaks are a little unnatural as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How could you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If he really had such conclusive evidence, then you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. Yeah, in real time too. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? That can't be true. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't. There's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. Yeah. Hasanoga. I forgot his name. Hosonaga. Hasanoga. Hosonaga. And of that person, I'm willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. It will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of defense in this trial. Please. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair? Hosonaga.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to steal Korekta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? What's the stake that you put under the coin under? In fact, your own stake? Tension! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask this foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table,
Objection!
unless it was switched. Yet the gentlewoman does not take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Army. Well then. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that. Just had a visitor. Alright. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Don't push the baby down. With my military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. Such a spicy trial. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. It's funny hearing a American military voice with the honorific, saying an honorific like that. What's now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Yes! So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence you had taken both. Ah. She's like, that's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
Shut up. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. Out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak ban promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Tisk thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Come on, Justice Man, you're on my side. Let's do it. Yes, sir. Oh, I already see it. Sorry to keep you. There it is. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you could see on the right side, on the side of the plate, shows that at the moment this victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Josiah Brett. Oh, it's you! Hello. There's a lot at stake. Hello. Welcome to the stream. And yes, there is a lot at stake. Oh, we're about to get our breakdown? Outdone. By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. Oh, dang. Why do you have that on your head? Ah! Oh, look at those chickens. Or I guess ducklings in this case. Ooh, a rare one, a shiny one. What? 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 The hell? Oh god. Wait, those are chickens though. They look like chickens. I want the shiny chicken. Little chocobos. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. It's absurd, yeah it is. But then you know that is an Ace Attorney game. It's what I'd expect at this point. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. How come we never see your face? You'd think that would be the breakdown animation. Her hat falls off or something. It was I who took the professor's life using Curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. Oh, Dallister, welcome to the stream. How's everyone today? Pretty good. I think we have reached the end of this trial, and it has been going on for, let's see, 5 hours. This is the most I've ever streamed, I think, 5 hours, but I really wanted to know the end of this case. So, I will be here until the end, which I'm pretty sure is soon. But how are you? You doing good? Okay, I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him, to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. You good too? Good, good. Nice, nice. Well, thank you for coming along. That would be me, I assume? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water. I can't do a British accent correctly. The professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Very interesting case, yes. And this is only the first case. Can't wait to see what happens next. I'm glad these games got ported to America. Finally ported to America. I would have played it even if it was ported to the 3DS, which I do still have. It's been a wild ride. One might say a wild goose chase. Kidding. We got there in the end, so not a goose chase. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such as he wouldn't fall. Nope. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Hey. I plan to pin Dr. I plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh, okay. That's where it was. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes, or rather, height. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. placed where you were sure that I would notice it. Did no one check to see if the professor's gun was actually used? Because presumably she used her own pistol. And oh, I don't know. Maybe they just don't have that kind of investigative power yet. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you had bent down to pick it up. British accent go burr, yeah. That's what happens when you get an American to do a British accent. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion at which point the waiter appeared. God dang it. Gosh dang it. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, he needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Yeah! Got it! Show me your face. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Come on. Murder. Your Excellency? Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? What do you mean speak with you in private? Arrest her. I shall call on you. Wow. You're not even gonna try, huh? Weird. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Get her. Apprehend her. Right now. Got a bad feeling about that? Yeah, me too. Oh, Judge. It was nice knowing you. I think you're gonna die next. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Taketsu Yauchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. Better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yeah? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. The time is now, old man. He's gonna get double teamed by the goose and Lee. Yeah, it's gonna suck for him. Oh, is he gonna freaking draw his sword? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. What are you doing, man? That's like Blackwell. Blackwell does that thing with his the thing that he what is it, like a straw? I don't know. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan, the Pain clan, and the Right clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country's opened its doors to the wider world. but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. Why, in fact, maybe one day they'll be able to prove evidence that from someone's fingerprints. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Ooh, a mission, is it? I got you doing another thing? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryusuke Naruhodo. Am I saying Ryusuke or am I saying Ryunosuke? Whatever. In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you can carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thanks you. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. And someone's dropping the look at pain, or Auchi as you would call him. Ariga thanks. Yes, ariga thanks. Ariga thanks gozaimasu. This court is now adjourned. Hey, we got to the end. Now we just gotta get to this last part. I'll be able to end the stream. Joshua Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. Antechamber number 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. Hey. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm very tired. VTubers. Eats. Sorry, I just called it VTubers. Eats, I'm very tired. And hungry. But I'm glad I finally got to the end of this trial. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha ha ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget it. Congrats, thank you very much. Were you just watching me the whole time? You didn't eat anything? Then again, who am I to judge? I haven't eaten anything either. Hey, Susato. Congratulations to the both of you. Proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Came here a little late, but I'm glad I got here before. Yeah, I'm glad you came by too. It's always nice to see new people and returning people. Literally anyone. Literally anyone. You were here the entire time, yes, but I did eat. Good. Good. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Glad I was able to watch the end too. You do a good stream. Thank you, thank you. It's been a month since I last did a stream. I'm glad I could still do it well. At least well enough. That's good to know. I'm glad I got here just in time. Yeah, you were. You just came in here with a pun. And I appreciate that. That's good energy right there. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. The kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Okay, that's his daughter then. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. Oh, wait. What was his voice?
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago, now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Give it to me. I want it.
Of course I am.
Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Do I have one?
It cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
It reminds me, what happened to the woman?
To Josiah Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all.
She will not be leaving Japan in the very near future.
She will be leaving Japan. Really? For Shanghai? They didn't detain her? What? Shanghai?
Josiah Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Who's saying that? Oh, Hosonaga. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? To Apollo Justice.
The British Consular Court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, you simply don't understand.
I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances you're right.
Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of a highly political nature of our respective governments, they can invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student committing murder. Right, they're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
But it's all going to change from now.
can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think business for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. The professor. You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest the Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. So the Carnival! Will you accompany us? Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. The Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Josiah Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. What happened to his mouth was that? Yeah. For some reason, whenever he coughs out blood. They addressed it once and then never again. So I really don't know the reason behind it. Maybe it'll be explained another time. Maybe he has tuberculosis. You never know. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all in your own work. It was all your own work. Your skills made a difference, though. One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Yes. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very... If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Belief. Belief? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Belief in their client or something. Or belief that they can still win. Probably. Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Hey! I'm clairvoyant! To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I did. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. I don't have, say, a player controlling what I do with a controller and buttons. Believe it! Yeah. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, it's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. I know that one. Go, go, go! Go your way! Believe yourself! That's, I think, one of the only things I know about Yakuza 7. I should really, because I've only played up to... I only finished Yakuza 0. Wait, it's Yakuza 7, right? The newest one? Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, aren't you? Are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. I can't help but feel that he's gonna die. Just like Mia. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part. What? He felt it. I mean, not felt it. He played a part. I can feel it. He will die before he can hear his favor. It's gonna happen, isn't it? It's gonna be second trial of Ace Attorney all over again. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. And more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize that he would never... just how much it would change my life. Okay, we do hear it. And defense debut awarded. Sorry for yelling at everyone's ear. And save. Alright. That is everything for today's trial. Jesus, that was... How long has it been? It has almost been 6 hours. I think we're coming up on, I would say, about 5 hours or so. 5 hours, 40 minutes. I think that's the most I've ever done. Alright. Go ahead and wrap this up, huh? Let's see. Where's my thing? Let's go up here. Don't you freeze on me. Alright. Good times. Thank you for the stream, Josh. Have a good night. Yes, have a good night. Have a good evening, or whatever time time zone you're in. Make sure you're eating well. Make sure you're drinking as much water as you can. Staying hydrated. It's still summer after all, so you gotta be careful. Very nice stream gameplay. Hope to drop by again soon. Yes, I wonder the next time I'll be able to stream. Maybe next week while I figure some stuff out. Now that I know that I can stream again. I just wanted to say you have a really nice vibe and a really nice voice, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I strive for chill vibes on this channel. Just as a person. Yeah. Okay, so that was the Great Ace Attorney, Gyakuten Saiban case number 1. And so ends my first comeback stream. Yes. So, for those who are here, Those who were here, those who will be here, thank you for coming. Of course, I appreciate everything. Every little bit of help in this journey of mine as a VTuber. If you ever want to know what I'm up to, my Twitter handle is up there. Joshua K VTuber. And I also have a Twitch account, which sometimes I go on Twitch to stream as well. I only ever streamed there once actually, but it's Joshua Kujou, same as my name, Joshua Kujou. And so, everyone, thank you for shopping, and have a good day.